Hello, everybody. Welcome to the first set of sprints for the Bookopoly. I can see that there's a lot of you guys here. I keep forgetting that this is not Patreon sprints. There's a lot of people here. So, yeah, I won't be keeping up with the comments. Oh, God. And the dog's being a dickhead. So, and Curtis is going, she's just still stripping tape off that box. Curtis is going out watching football as well. So I'm on dog duty all night.
Could you temporarily put the box like up somewhere, like on top of your cooker or something, as I assume you're not using it currently?
Yeah, I might do. I just don't understand why the knobhead behavior. Come here.
Something in the air today. Or we could blame the moon because, as I say, Finn is also being a dickhead today.
Hello to everybody. Hello to Cara. I've just watched your TBR. For those of you who heard me shout out Cara in my TBR video, TBR Tinder meets Bookoplathon has just gone live. For those of you
who really enjoy the sound of TBR Tinder, I must check it out to see how that works.
It's good. She has like a random generator with all of her books in, and then she decides if she wants to swipe right or left, but she can only, so she has 10 swipes per month, and she has to get all of the books that she wants out of the 10 swipes. And if she swiped left on them, I think twice, then the third time they come up, like she has to read them.
Oh,
but it's like her editing and her personality and like stuff is just really good as well, so it's like really entertaining in general. But yeah,
watch me not read in the first sprint and just go and watch that instead.
I'm just gonna remove that toy from the dog.
Honestly, it's a doggy disaster day today, I think.
It really, really is. It really is.
Oh, Finn's gone back to the Amazon parcel, so
at least it's quiet.
Yeah, true.
But, oh no, this is just the worst.
Oh, it's a pig that squeaks rather than oinks. We have a pig that oinks.
Yeah, no, this one squeaks, and she's got like a sausage dog as well that squeaks. But you are a demon, and I don't like you anymore.
We love you, Brie. Even if your mum doesn't.
Please don't. No matter what I do with this now, she's just gonna want the pig. Hey.
Hello.
Ah, Jesus.
What is everybody reading?
Bloody email.
Have a couple things.
That's good. You'll need a couple of things with dice points.
My main read is Ship of Destiny.
Oh, nice.
And I'm gonna start Into the Riverlands by Neva.
Nice. I have Magnolia Park.
Every time you talk about that book, I just keep thinking of Magnolia Park, the band.
Oh my god, how did I not think of that?
I don't know.
Yeah, no, I don't know how I didn't think of that.
You must listen to Magnolia Park whilst reading Magnolia Parks.
I don't think the vibes are going to be the same, but it'll be
very much not the same.
Cara's excited. Yep, Dice Prince Sandra. We know this. It's the Bookopoly. Jesse's here with a link.
I just held them up and assumed that you could all read. Wind Daughter by Joanna Ruth Meyer. And if a double occurs, back to Pokemon.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Oh, Laura's just started Assassin's Fate as well.
Oh, I feel for you already. I'm ready to get back to the Fitz books.
You're not enjoying them, are you? The live shit.
It's fun. I just don't like the characters. They're all so stupid.
Yeah, neither did we.
No.
They're so stupid. Like the whole Vestra family, honestly, they deserve everything that's happened to them because they make such poor choices.
But Brash and Troll, though. I said to Aaron, I was like, how do you feel about Brash and Troll? I said, did I say something like, is he a 10? And she said a 9 because he's low-key a drug addict. Good point.
I like seeing him like back on his feet in this one, and like the relationship between like him and Paragon, and then Althea is very cute. Like the only smart character is Kenneth. But his relationship with an inanimate object makes me so uncomfortable. Every scene.
Isn't Kenneth like so fascinating to read the perspective of, though? He's so interesting.
He's so smart. And like, I don't even know if it's luck. It can't be luck at this point. It's got to be something divine, or like the way things just happen for him.
Mm-hmm.
Healing people and talking to the sea and the surface. I'm just like, yeah, okay. I'm buying what you're selling.
Paragon supremacy. I do like Paragon. He's great.
I think my favorite ship that was Ophelia.
Yes, absolutely.
Hands down.
100%. No, it's there. There it is.
Just hiding.
I mean, I did a bit because I went and had it done last week, but it was only like an inch, so not really much difference. That was the Live Ship Traders by Robin Hobb, which everyone is very...
Like, I thought it was uncomfortable seeing a grown man seduce a ship, but now that I've switched over to seeing a ship seduce a grown man, I think it's worse. Because he was like almost blushing. I was like,
a random book on Scribd that fits my dice roll roulette prompt. Fair.
Fingers crossed you enjoy.
Still the same. She's a little bit better at ignoring him. He's still a dickhead. She's not much better.
There is dickhead behavior in your house today, Becca.
Pretty much. Like, he will come and sit right next to her and literally isn't bothered, but then he'll run, and then she chases him because he runs, but if he doesn't run, then she doesn't chase. So they're both just as annoying as each other, really.
She wants that.
I've heard good things about this book, but I don't know if I'm going to like it.
everyone is reading it and saying good things. Like, that's the make part is making me nervous. Like,
It's
everyone is
always scary when that happens.
Mm-hmm. Oh, War of Two Queens and Kingdom of the Cursed. I like it. Can you just leave? Don't you have somewhere else to live?
She's like, give me the pig and I'll go away.
Then I can't talk if she's got the pig because it's really loud.
Could you remove the squeak from the pig?
Oh, possibly, but then I feel mean. Oh, she's just ripped the charger out of my laptop. We've got some dickhead behavior today. Like the most dickheaded headish behavior. She's peeling tape off my box of wax. And now she just really wants the pig. But she can't have the pig.
Going in.
Yeah, have a nice time.
You too. Just for going outside and coming back.
Well, Siri said that the Babel edition wouldn't arrive till like the 9th at the latest. I was sick.
Okay, so dice sprints. I will roll 2 6-sided dice, similar to dice roll roulette. This is how dice roll roulette was invented. I'll roll 2 6-sided dice, and each dot represents 5 minutes. That's how long the sprint will be. And if it's a double, you have to switch books. If you're somebody who doesn't read multiple books at once, then it's fine. You don't have to. But if you are, then you have to switch books. I didn't like the first book in the Poppy War series, so that's why I'm scared.
What's he got?
Remember when each die used to represent 10 minutes?
Oh my god, yeah, that happened once and it was awful, so it never happened again.
As soon as you got a big number, you were like, yeah, I don't think I can read for 120 minutes. Sorry.
It was okay for me though, because it was before reading sprints live were really a thing, so it was mainly Twitter sprints. So it was just I just wandered off for 2 hours. Beth is not a fan. You do have to be, even if you only read one book.
Do a task or something.
Kaylin, that's just rude. Oh. Oh, ouch. I think, did I watch? Yeah, I've watched our TBR as well, Marissa.
My
I do,
I've already finished one of the books.
How?
Apologies, I had some dickhead behavior.
I finished this one. It's very tiny. It's like less than 90 pages. So
I haven't watched our TBR yet because it's only just gone up.
very short. And Ship of Destiny is not on there. But once I read the end of Ship of Match, I was like, yeah, I gotta know what's happening. No waiting for me.
Jake's painting the ceiling and the dog's licking his toes whilst he's doing it.
Nice. The dice roulette for the board is in the guide with the rest of the rules for all of the spaces. You are trouble. She's eating the dice. Get
It's
down.
her blessing.
She's
Maybe
already picked them up.
roll
And don't. She'll swallow them. And then we'll be waiting 24 hours for them to come out the other end. Stop it.
That would be horrible.
Yeah. I invite your dog to come and take the squeaking pig and remove it.
I don't know where our pig is. Probably in his basket somewhere.
How old are the puppies now? Mine's 6 months in 2 weeks. So 5.5 months, I guess.
And mine's 4.5 months.
Yeah.
Not see what they land on when they come out. I was definitely thinking that too, but I just didn't say it.
It's not like you to not say it, Aaron.
I chose peace that time, but somebody else did it for me.
For once. Okay, we will go at 1:15, so I will try and roll the dice without the dog eating anything that belongs to me.
Good luck.
So we can see how long the sprint is. This is not going to go well. Okay, that's a decent one. We got 8, so that's 40 minutes.
Nice.
I don't know whether to start because I want to read 50 pages of Assassin's Fate a day, which will have me done by the 17th. I don't know whether to start with that and then move on to Magnolia Parks, or whether I should just go with Magnolia Parks now.
Go with the one you're feeling the most passionate about first.
That's Magnolia Parks. I'm not feeling passionate about Assassin's Fate. It's going to break me.
That's
Go
always
with
fun.
Magnolia Parks then.
I said
And
when
then
I started my vlog, I was like, what I don't want now is like a big heaping dose of depression in literature form, but like,
Alas, here we are.
I would rather be depressed reading the Fitz books than watch these people like fall all over themselves, making the worst decision possible at every opportunity.
they're great. I love them all so much.
Like, I'm like, Ronica is an idiot. Her children are not very smart. Her grandchildren, even worse.
You know what? As much as I hated Malta, she is actually pretty clever.
Once she stopped being a bitch.
Oh,
Yeah.
she's
She's a bitch.
I hated her, but I always respected her audacity at every turn. I'm like, you know what? She really
There's
goes.
a scene in like the end of Matchship, but she's like, I wish I still had those four gold coins that I wasted on getting that whore dress made. So that could have fed us for however long. I'm like, yeah, look at you.
The restaurants pissed me off, but I love them. Oh, 5 rolls 4 doubles is not fun.
Oof. I still can't believe Steph's TBR going for
Oh god, that was great.
12.
Yeah, the last roll that was a double was great. He was just done by that point. What is your problem?
She just wants loving.
She doesn't. She wants to destroy everything. She wants to live in a pile of debris because she's destroyed everything.
Here's debris.
She is debris. Me too. Okay, let's I've got the Pomodoro kitty, so sorry for those of you who are sensitive to howling cats because of you too. But I just like that you can change the colours.
There should be a Pomodoro puppy, for equality's sake.
Should
I
be.
agree.
If anyone knows how to code a timer, there's a gap in the market.
Oh, stop giving me your paw. Oh my god, her wrapping him. Okay, I've already got it. Should we go along the bottom? Yeah, cool. I'll see y'all in 45. It's not 45, it's 40. I'll change it. It's fine. Let's go.
Anna.
Hello.
Hello.
I miscalculated. I gave Brie a buffalo ear so that she'd stop being a dickhead, but it's gone now. She's eaten it all already. And now she's once again stripping tape off cardboard boxes. Like a dickhead. How'd you do?
As predicted, I watched TBR Tinder.
Did you like it? It's good, isn't it?
I did. It was very good. Consider me a fan. Jake's watching a podcast really loudly, and I read like 11 pages. 11 pages.
I read 16, I think, because the 1975 have announced the tour date, so I'm working out which ones I'm going to. And then my adrenaline got really high and I couldn't read.
I read 40 pages and then I got to 2 big reveals and I was texting Becca like, hold on, is this person this person?
Yeah.
The plot is thickening.
How far in are you now?
Am I on the right path of this person, this person?
Someone is actually from a Bingtown person. Yes.
Okay.
I'm on 375.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Is that one like 900 pages?
Yes.
Yeah, awesome. Lots of progress in the chat.
Does all that get explained, like the backstory about all that, like the whole story, or we just got to deal with bits and pieces?
I think it's explained in more detail at some point, but I don't know exactly where you are. I think it is.
I'm reading Ship of Destiny by Robin Hobb.
If I'm thinking about the right thing, isn't it explained in more detail in the next? I can't say that out loud.
Hold on, I'll put it in the private chat.
Have you done the live show for Madship yet?
No, it's in like a week and a half.
I want to watch it because there's something that you know because you spoiled yourself by watching our live shows, but I don't know if anybody else knows and I want to wait. Does anybody else know yet?
Well, I think one person knows.
Okay. Because I want to see what happens when they know. Yeah, we were, I think I'm going to see in the 1975 in London with Beth. So I distracted Beth as well. Beth got all ready to read and then just ruined it for everyone.
I'm excited for the reveals that Aaron is experiencing.
When I said that, I was like, the person that we think is his mom can't be his mom then, right? Because she wouldn't have been on the ship. She would have been back home. I'm intrigued. And that makes it more complicated because it's like, at this point, do we just trade ships?
Yeah, I see what you. Yeah. That's a good one. I really like that book. There's just one thing that I hate. Otherwise, that would have been like probably one of my favorites.
What do you hate? In as vague a term as possible.
Something happens to a character pretty late on in the book, I think, and it's to further the plot line of another character, and I just really wish it didn't happen.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think we all had a problem with it when we read Ship of Destiny.
There are moments that confirm that this character is this other character, and I love them so much because, like, the declarations of love, it's so gay.
What do you think about Rain?
I like Rain a lot. He's a simp. And I think he's a little too good for Miss Malta, to be quite honest. But I do like him. And like where this isn't like a spoiler, but he just like showed his face to everyone, and Selden was like, "Oh, you're not that bad." Just a few scales, none of the wobbly things. He's like, as I get older, I might get the wobblies.
I didn't set that break time right, so we still have 10 minutes, don't worry. Yeah, that was the break timer that went off, but I didn't change it, so it was saying 5 minutes, but we're doing 15 minutes in between sprints, so it's fine.
I feel like given the time period, it's like very much given 1800s. That her being like 14, 15, him being 20 isn't as big a gap. But even because her coming out would have been at 15, so that's when she would have been old enough to be courted.
Yeah, this is the answer to this question, but it's normally about 4 hours, so 11 p.m.-ish UK time, depending on how long the sprints are. Magnolia Parks is, I'm only one chapter in because I couldn't concentrate very much in the last one, but it's like a British Gossip Girl, and it feels very much like Blair and Nate season 1, like obsessed with each other because they've always been obsessed with each other, and it's like, but do you have a reason to be? But yeah, I'm intrigued to continue. This is just a really nice book. Like, it just feels good. Like, it's solid. I'm really appreciating that about it. Yeah, it's real bad. It's awful, and I hate it.
I just want to know how there are so many stupid people in one family. Like, I want to like at Robin Hobb, be like, how? Make it make sense. Because like Fitz wasn't the most intelligent, but he was one person, and he was a child. I also love how every time Becca talks about Assassin's Apprentice when she gives that pitch, she ages Fitz up every time. And now when she says that he was like 8 or 9 the first book, I'm like, he was 4.
Was he 4? I thought he was 6, but then I couldn't remember he was 8. So I'm like, he's 6 to 8 years old.
I love it. It's like the further you get away from it, it's like, yeah, he had to be older.
Damn. I mean,
but honestly, if Ronica Vestre had not made one single decision, you wouldn't have half a series. Like, half of the series just would not have existed. One single individual decision.
Yes, Magnolia Park says indie pub. Rights for Fitz.
That is true. A lot of her characters are idiots, and it's always the villains that have sense. That's the thing. Like, they're the only ones.
Yep. I will say a character development is good, with the exception being Fitz, who's a dum-dum for his entire life. Everyone else
brain damage at a young age, I love that I've like spoiled myself so consistently, because it's like I'll be stressed out. Like, I was reading book 1 and I had to Google, do Kyle and Kenneth die before I have a heart attack? And I'm like, okay.
I can't believe that you're now going back to read them after you were so present in every live show. I
know.
just don't understand.
I wanted to, be there and participate. I just hadn't read the books yet. Do we ever like explore Chalced anymore in like any of the later series?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's present a bit in the Raymore Chronicles, and I think in this one that I'm reading, yeah, there's characters. I don't think they're not like the main focus of this last trilogy, but there's characters from Chalced in it.
Because I know they're antagonists.
Together and finish the Rainwild Chronicles.
I know, because you were so close.
I know.
You're so close to reading a 16-book series, and just
I will get back to it. It's just the stress levels of my life currently can't handle that.
feel you. Who's this? Is this Fitz? That's the love of Beth life.
Okay, if you had to go with like hot older gents in Robin Hobb books, Ration or Burridge?
Ration.
Yeah, Burrich is
He's
like,
a drug addict. I'm sorry.
Burrich makes some stupid choices, all right? We'll never forgive that stupid choice. Brash and Roy.
I'm
Brash
team
is
Burge.
hotter.
Burge is loyal. Like you cannot buy the loyalty that Burge has. I mean, there's that questionable thing, and I'm sure he does more questionable things. But like, the thing is, his original loyalty was to chivalry, and he been dead. So like,
I'm just gonna say that Burrich's loyalty goes up in a fucking.
I thought that had already happened. I thought, does that not already happen?
That happens in the second trilogy, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, his actions in Assassin's Quest was already like, he's decided to be a family man to keep it vague.
Oh, is that the end of the first trilogy? Yeah.
No, it's happened. Okay.
Not no.
Yeah, I'm team Burge. Like, I like Brashen. Brashen is cool. He's especially in Assassin's Quest. He's got not Assassin's Quest. Ship of Destiny. He's got his stuff together. He's got his little yellow, silk satin shirt on and everything.
This is Aaron would say that he's a 9.
Yeah, the way he was shivering for the sending, I was just like, it was.
I love that though. It's just like, no, he's not. Just 1 point deducted for drug addiction.
Because he's like, halfway functioning. And the thing is, we saw like Fitz get sending from Chade at one point. He was like, "Don't get too used to it. It'll give you a burst, but you'll almost kill yourself."
Mm-hmm.
But like, he's just sucking on it and just regular every day. Beth, you cannot have Burge with a side of Brashen.
Oh, Brashen's my man. I love Brashen.
I'm with you.
Let's
Okay.
see if I'm correct. Burge over Brashen for sure.
Nice long one again. 10.
Is that what 50 minutes? I can't
Yeah.
remember.
Killing it. We'll go in 2 minutes.
Nice. Not I like them young, so right. You like them scaly too?
I mean, I do
You
also
do like
like
dragons, so I mean, But he's gonna die young too. Let him tell he's like, I probably won't live past 30.
Got my little Fitz anyway. You know what? Fitz is sexy. We'll give you. He's a bit stupid, but he's sexy.
Okay, if you had to choose between Kenneth and Brashen, would you still trick Brashen?
Yes.
Absolutely.
What?
And it reminds me of Captain Barbossa in Pirates of the Caribbean.
I think it as Johnny Depp. Not gonna lie, like 100%.
No.
Yes, he is Captain Sparrow.
Okay, I understand why you asked the question now, but like in my head, he's Barbossa.
Yeah,
He's not old. I mean, minus the peg leg at one point, but like,
your opinion on Kenna is gonna change.
I mean, he's done some pretty bad stuff already, but but not in a good way.
Absolutely not in a good way.
I still think he was one of my favorite characters to read about, but he's like not a good person.
It was the interesting thing about him is that for the longest time you don't know if he's good or bad.
Yeah.
He's just like everything you do is questionable.
Yeah.
It's like if you do a good thing just for a wrong reason, is it still a good thing?
Yeah. He was doing some decent stuff, but all for personal gain.
Okay, no, Beth was into it.
Like, I mean, when you hear Etta talk about him and they're like, oh, when he walk in the whorehouse, all the girls looking like, he's like, he's got my oil on, got my silks smelling good, hair curly and oil. I'm like, yeah.
One day. Okay.
For 2 years, I have not known what's going on, but I have just participated in spirit.
That's true. Yeah. Even when he's free.
and reuniting them with their families. He's like, I'm gonna be spiteful and I'm gonna take them here.
This is great because this is the next catch-up book club series. It's First Law. So interesting. But on that note, I will see you all in 50 minutes. Hello. That's it. Y'all keep reading. I'll just entertain the people by myself. So glad I invited y'all. I read 31 pages.
How's it going? You enjoying it?
I am. Everyone's toxic as fucking. It's great.
Sounds like your sort of thing, yeah.
Pretty much. Like, they're all truly terrible.
I read 48 pages.
Nice.
And
You?
Cece broke me. Cece messaged me in that one saying, have you had a look at the Just Giving page lately? So I went to have a look at the Just Giving page to find that we've 250%ed the goal.
Wow.
Yeah, we've raised over £2,500 for polar bears.
Wow, that's cool.
Right. And I haven't even donated my stuff yet, and I've obviously got to wait for YouTube to pay me all the ad revenue and the donations and stuff through that before I can donate that. So, like, it's looking very possible to hit £3,000 for polar bears.
Wow, that's so cool. Congratulations.
Thanks.
For the polar bears.
Not that it's for me, it's for the polar bears.
Wow. I love hearing Brie in the background. I don't. She's such a demon. Like, she never settles. Like, she's just pacing up and down. Nice, nice.
Oh. Jake's tucking the dog in. Okay.
Cute. Mine's just sniffing the carpet for absolutely no reason. And my back door's still open because Hamilton, I can see him from here. He's just sat on a wall outside of the back door staring into the house, and he won't come in and he's too high up for me to reach him. So I'm like, I guess I'll just leave the back door open for you then.
Oh, bless him.
This is a mood. Where is it? That one.
It was pretty easy for me to stop partway through that. I mean, I was stressed anyway, and that's why I stopped really, but it was a good...
Were you 2 books in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm halfway through it, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. Tentaglia was raining havoc on the Chaldeans and all the people, and the little boy is just like seducing her, and I'm once again uncomfortable.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because my great Sky lady,
just flattery, just a little flattery.
Oh, you shine so beautifully. I'm so wowed by the breadth of your wings and the thickness of your tail. I'm like, please, he's 9. Please.
This is crazy. So I just went on the tracking form for the Bookopoly, which I only opened at like 2:00 this afternoon, and we already have 20 books, and there's 4 people who've already read 2 books.
Well,
wow,
we're at 21.
Wow.
Let me see how much I read. Like that was, oh my goodness. I hate Cyril. I hope she dies. I googled it and I know she doesn't. But I wish she would.
Wait, come. Oh, dogs.
Jake,
54 pages.
Sorry, I spoke over you.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I said I read 54 pages, so now I'm at 49.
Nice. Jake's desperately trying to cuddle the dog, and the dog just keeps moving away from his cuddles, so they're getting closer and closer to the edge of the sofa. He's just going to get up and get on the floor in a minute because he doesn't want this.
I wish I could roulette.
Bree does want the cuddles.
She does.
They said cuddle me or
So
else.
she just wants to put my entire face inside of her mouth. Come on, baby. I know you've still got little legs on you. Come on. Oh, yeah, you can do it. There we
Oh.
go.
Little legs? Are you kidding me?
They're still small, aren't they? Yeah. Oh.
She loves you. She just wants to kiss your face.
I always feel nervous about leaving her alone, like while I go to the toilet or anything. 'Cause I'm only gone a couple of minutes, but I came back down and she
That's
was
enough.
just sat staring at the door where I left her.
A couple of minutes is always more than enough time for something disastrous to happen.
Mm-hmm. She is indeed. On you, baby. You are.
You know it happened.
He does seem to have settled into the cuddles. Yeah, he is enjoying a little bit of loving.
I love how he's just having like a little bit of loving and Bree's just like all up on my knee.
It's a Sheba thing, though. They like the independence. Their version of giving you snuggles and loving is just like being in the same room as you. That's enough.
Yeah.
Bree would like to absorb you into her skin.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Be it just a paw on the foot or full on lying on me. Yeah, I know. I know. Literally everything. That's true. But it's just a bit much, you know?
Just a little less love, you know?
Yeah. I don't know what she's doing right now, but she's enjoying it.
What's she got down there?
It's one of my shoes, I think, that she's desperate to get a hold of, which is why I took them down there so that she can't get to them. Shivas have some cat energy.
They do. They are very independent, like to just lounge around in the sun, will only really cuddle you on their terms, happy to entertain themselves, very clean animals, and they don't eat anything or everything. They do eat food, but you know, they don't just eat random shit like someone we know.
Yeah, like this one. Literally everything.
What he will eat, though, apparently, is a block of hash that he finds on the beach. So,
Wow. Wow.
yeah, that
Was
was
he
a good
high?
time. He was, he was sky high.
Wow.
Oh, he's escaped again.
He has escaped. He's come onto the floor now. He's had enough of cuddles.
But Jake is not.
He also gets closer to you every time he moves.
Jake is following him. They're both going to be on your knee soon.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, he is a stoner boy. Yes, he is.
I have not had a pet since like middle school. I often struggle with keeping myself alive. So like when I was a child, my mom was like, "Oh, we'll get you like a starter pet," and I had fish. But then I took the fish out to play
Oh.
for a little while, and then I was like, "Oh, they're so still. They must be tired." And so I put them back in the aquarium.
Oh, wow.
And I was like, "Mom, they're so tired. They won't wake up. We just played for a little while." And she's like, "When you say you played with them, what do you mean? Show me."
Wow.
Wow.
So no pets.
We're going to keep Auntie Aaron away from you. Yes, we are.
Yeah.
Well, Brie can go out and play, and she'll be fine.
True.
Yeah, this is where if someone trusts you with a dog, you somehow drown it.
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
just went
I
for a
was
little swim. That
What
was all.
So yeah, me and pets, I love them from afar for their own sake.
It's true. Brie does love water.
Oh, Finn's terrified of water.
Oh no, she loves it. Any kind of water, the hose, the tap, rain, the sea.
Oh my god, if the floor outside is even slightly damp, Finn is like, no. I'm good.
We are indeed.
Shower time, terrible. Hates it. The ocean, the most terrifying thing on the planet. No. Being squirted in the face by the mister, he can handle. Did you give up chasing him?
Give me a few kisses and then move away.
Hose, not hose. Yeah. But then at some point it just kind of gets easy for a lot of people. Like the puppy years are truly awful, but then eventually they just kind of mellow out. And I think Labradors hit an age where they just turn into a couch potato and never move again.
I know you're
Like,
waiting on that.
Yeah.
Damn it. I'd like it if she just reached a time of day where she turned into a couch potato, but it just truly just never happens.
I don't know if, because obviously I have a Shiba, my experience is going to be very different, because Shibas are a very different type of dog. Like, they don't behave the way that most like European dog breeds do.
Mm.
But he hasn't been difficult. Like, toilet training has been so easy with him, and most of the time he is just so laid back and chilled, and he doesn't require an insane amount of attention, but it's because of his breed. So
She's good for like training in terms of like toilet training and stuff, was really easy with her. It's just the fact that she constantly needs something to occupy her brain. Like, she's really active all of the time, and I'm just really not, you know.
Maybe you should have got a Shiba.
Yeah. Or just Curtis picked her. I would never have picked a Labrador just because they're such basic bitch dogs. Because I'm not a basic. Well, I am a bit of a basic bitch, but not this basic of a bitch, you know.
Everyone's got one.
Yeah, this is what we need. Yeah, apparently they're Labradors specifically. I don't know about all dogs, but Labradors are at the most destructive at 1 year old. So I'm not looking forward to that. Stop trying to get my shoes. You're a dickhead.
I can imagine with Finn, it's going to get harder the closer he gets to doggy puberty, because we don't want to get him done until he's like over a year old.
It's supposed to stunt the growth if you have them done too young, I think.
Yeah. They recommend with Shibas doing it at like 18 months, which is really late, I think. But we want to wait kind of as long as we can for him.
I saw someone on Instagram with like a 4-month-old Great Dane. When I tell you it was the size of a horse, damn near. And like they were like, the baby gate doesn't work anymore because he's so big. He literally just like hopped over the gate and was like, it was struggling to walk, but he just like climbed over the gate. She was like, it's going downhill from here.
Oh, Brie in trouble.
She will not leave these shoes alone. Like, she knows that they're there and she's like, I will get to them. And I'm like, no, they don't belong to you. Go away. Like, look. It's like digging under the footstool.
She's gonna come out with the shoe. Like,
she already has twice and I've put them back.
Again, I know it would be great to be able to train the dog to not eat things, but just put it in a cupboard.
It's that the thing is though, like, I need them on my feet if I have to go outside.
Yeah.
So I don't want to have to keep going getting them, which is why I took them under the footstool. Go away. You'll go in your bed. You're supposed to be getting used to not having to go to bed, but you will go to bed. And then you won't come out till morning.
Oh.
Is that what you want? She has no fucks.
Why am I a millennial mum and why is Becca an 80s mum?
Like, why won't you be good?
I want to know this.
I need to hear an explanation behind this.
I'm waiting for your people sting, dude. Caitlin. Okay, I'll do the roll while we wait for Leanne to find out. To tell us even, so that we can find out. Get your nose away from me. I don't like you anymore. Another nice long one, 45.
Nice.
At this point, I'm waiting on her to like eat one of the die, or at least try.
She has tried. She keeps getting up on the footstool to get to them, and I keep batting her away. She's here now. No, go away.
Millennial helicopter mom, 80s mom is like, did you fall? Did it hurt? Cool, shut up. And no doubles yet.
I know, which is it's kind of worrying because I do want to read / need to read 50 pages of Assassin's Fate today.
Oh yeah.
Mine was Patton's Text, I think. Yeah.
Mine was as well. Which really screwed me over because it wasn't one that was on my.
Here are all the books I'm interested in for every possible thing. Let's see what the roll is. Absolutely none of them.
That's how it went.
Mine worked really well apart from that I couldn't get Assassin's Fate on.
You have a lot of pages to read. You were so bold as well in the beginning, being like, oh yeah, I'm going to do a second video.
Yeah, I didn't realize that the Goldsboro book was so big. And then obviously I didn't know that the Patreon pick was going to be The Shadow of What Was Lost.
She played chunk after chunk, and I'm like, okay. That was gonna be easy breezy. I was like, you definitely reading like it's your full-time job.
Leanne's explanation just gets better. Jade has a private school baby, and Becca is like, I feed you more. What more do you want?
Literally.
It's a very accurate representation, I feel.
Yeah. I don't just feed her. She has like fucking expensive food. The dogs in my, like when I was growing up, they got, you can get those massive tins of dog food from like the supermarket, like £1 each. And that's with inflation. That's what the dogs that like I grew up with used to eat. She gets trays of scrumbles. And they're like £2 a tray. And I'm like, great.
Finn is on Lily's kitchen.
Yes, nice. We were on Harrington's, but it makes the farts really smelly. So just scrumble.
Lovely. I was feeling like trying that butternut box. I don't know if you've heard of that.
Yes, I keep getting emails from them.
It's really expensive.
It'll get cheaper when they're not puppies because I was looking at Daisy and Duke for raw feeding. And it's like £12 a day while she's a puppy apparently, but when she's an adult it'll be like £3 a day. So
yeah.
Harrington's for senior kitties. I love it.
Dog farts. I'm zoning out now.
Listen, I love that all the sounds and all the smells come from me and me alone.
Butternut box. Tell me what it is.
That shit makes them stink. It truly does. I've never had a dog that smells so bad.
Oh, Willow definitely smells worse than Finn does. Finn's actually not very smelly at all.
Oh, diabetic dog treats. I love that.
Lily's kitchen do seem to have a lot of very good options.
Was the sprint 45 minutes? I don't remember. I think it was.
Sounds about right. Yeah, let's go with that. I can't remember either.
Okay, well, we'll sprint now then. See you soon. Hello. I got really into my book in that one. I feel like I was in a different world, and when the cat went off, I was like, where am I? What's happening?
You look like you just woke up.
I didn't know. I read 36 pages, 34 pages maybe. Oh my god, I haven't even made a dent. What's the point?
I read about 25 pages.
Not bad, not bad. The level of toxicity in this is wild. Like, they've been best friends forever and they were together, and he cheated on her, so they broke up. And now she dates other people but doesn't sleep with them. He fucks everyone, but they sleep in the same bed every night. And they keep fucking each other over. So he brings this girl to a party that she thinks is the one that he cheated on her with. And she goes fucking mental at him, gets really drunk, goes home, and then he turns up in the morning and gives her a Chanel handbag.
I like apologies like that.
I would too. I don't think I've ever been close enough to share the same air as a Chanel handbag, though, to be honest.
I read 64 pages, and the dragon, she is just something else.
Oh, she is.
And Selden, what's coming out about the Rain Wild folk is like when you look at them next to a dragon, you're like, was there some inbreeding there? Like, what happened?
I think you find out more about that in the Rainwild Chronicles, I think.
I feel like it was hinted at that, like, the elderlings originally came from, like, merging between those two. But I'm like, how does dragonkind plus humankind equal giant golden people?
You will find out. Yeah, it's like, it's a particular type of book. Unintentional sugar daddy vibes. I feel like if you lived for Gossip Girl and how toxic they all were back in the day, then there's a good chance that you will enjoy this book. Somebody asked what we're reading because they've just joined. I'm reading Magnolia Parks.
How is your book, Jade?
Wind's Daughter. I'm enjoying it a lot. It's the companion novel to Echo North, which is one of my favorite polar fantasies. So I'm living my polar fantasy dreams with bees. There's bees, which makes it even better. I'm having a good time.
Very good.
Jake's listening to music, so I'm just going to keep muting myself between speaking.
Fair. Literally, Sophie, yes. Like Chuck and Blair at their absolute fucking worst. It's this book. Sandra over here reading real literature.
Listen, everyone is saying it's so good. I'm just like, I hope the Fairly edition is pretty. Like, I'm just crossing my fingers that they really bring it.
I've heard that it's out and about now, and you can find pictures if you want to look for them.
I'm scared. I will say the adult Fairly subscription has not been what I expected.
We were talking about this the other day.
We were literally talking about this the other day. Same.
It's more new adult, more YA authors doing their 300-page adult fantasies.
I think what we're finding now is that there's a shift in what adult fantasy really means, because you have the adult dude bro fantasy, which is what we think when we say adult fantasy. And then you have the adult fantasy that's being published now for the people who grew up with YA and want more of the same, but with more adult themes. And that's the adult fantasy that Fairy Loot is doing. Whereas we all kind of assumed it would be like Sanderson and John Gwynne and stuff. And it's not quite that.
Because I'm sorry, it's very rare that you're gonna find like a lot of the books that they've chosen are like, they could be YA, or it's like they're like a YA author's first adult book, and they're really short, and the characters read really young, and it's like, well, what makes this adult other than like you putting this like higher price tag on it? Sorry, I'm fighting with the sun.
Yeah, I feel you. Because even like we were reading Blood Trials and everyone was like, oh my God, this is definitely an adult book. And then we read it and it's like, no, this is a YA book with a lot of gore.
And I'm like, in the one time, like this cover accurately depicts the type of book that you're going to be getting. But I'm like, even if they had chosen something like that, for example, I could see it because it's like, it's going up a notch. But it's really just like the new adult box.
It's hard for me to say because the two books that I've read, I would say, are pretty adult. I've read The Atlas Six and what's the other one that I've read?
Her Majesty's Royal Coven.
Yeah.
It's me
So I
knowing
would say they're both definitely adult books. You
Like,
skipped Her Majesty's Royal Coven and I really liked it.
But also, I don't like contemporary fantasy and I despise witches. So,
Oh, I really like witches. I really like books that are pretty contemporary, but like a little bit witchy.
witches, mermaids are like out of paper. I was expecting kind of like more Goldsboro, basically, even though they do like a lot of, genre bendy, like outside of the norm type stuff. I think that was more along the lines of what I was expecting.
But then, as I said the other day when we were discussing this in whatever sprints we were in, I don't like the Goldsboro subscription. The two Fairyloot books I've read, I've given them 4 stars, and the Goldsboro ones, like I've DNF'd 2, I've given 2 3 stars, and then there's 2 4 stars, but one of them was very outside of my comfort zone, and not so like I think it was very good, but I didn't love it because it wasn't my type of thing, if that makes sense.
Like some of them, I understand. Like, okay, the Atlas Six, that was a great book to start off with, but I don't think most people that have read Atlas Six were like, they're like, it reads like dark academia, but I've never really heard it's like people say, oh, it's YA. Whereas like, okay, the next one, Book of Night, everyone says reads YA, which I haven't read, but in the next one for next,
Also, haven't heard anyone say that that's actually
anything good about it either.
One person I've had, I've seen say that it's good.
The one with next month is like Adrienne Young's book, and all her other books have been YA, like Viking-esque type stuff or mermaid, and like now it's her 300-page adult fantasy.
Mm-hmm.
What did Adrienne Young write that I hated?
Fable?
Oh, the girl the sea gave back or something. Is that Adrienne Young?
No, you're thinking Given to the Sea. That was Mindy McGuinness. No, different one.
I thought you liked Adrienne Young book.
No, the one with the face is Fable. That's the mermaid one, and then
no, it wasn't that one.
It was the Viking one, wasn't it? It's got an axe on the cover, maybe.
Viking axe. Yes, black cover with it definitely has a face on it, but it's not Fable. Oh my God, what is it? This is going to bother me.
Sky in the Deep.
That one. I've read that one. Didn't like it.
Everyone's like, the Viking one. Here we go. Sky in the Deep. Yeah.
I'm just like, so many books come out every single month, and a lot of the books that they choose, I'm like, I've never even heard of that. And I'm pretty well versed in like the adult fantasy books that are coming out. So I'm like, how are y'all picking these?
I think somebody made a good point here, which... No, not that one. Although that was also a good point. That wasn't a good point. Here we go. So much YA now is written for adults. So like slightly older characters with the exact same vibe is adult, but not all that different. I definitely get this because like it's the same thing with the crossover authors. I'm always very wary about because if you think about Six of Crows by Leigh Bardugo, all of the characters in that are like 25. The only one who reads the age that they're written as is Wylan. The rest, like Kaz Brecker, is not 17, 18. He's at least 25. So it's just them writing what they were writing anyway, but with the right age characters. So it's not actually any different.
I just want like pretty adult fantasy. Let me rephrase. Not just I want a pretty epic fantasy. That's what I wanted. I want a pretty epic fantasy.
I think I'm with you, Aaron. It's disappointed me quite a bit because I was expecting, especially knowing some of the people that work for Fairyloot as well. It's like I was kind of expecting like more epic.
Like even some of the books that they put in their YA boxes in the last like 8 or 9 months, like Daughter of the Moon Goddess, they hadn't launched adult yet, but like that could have been one. Even though it does have crossover, like okay. Or even they did 1 month, I think it was the month they did Book of Night. They did Book of Night, which is like the crossover one as the adult book, but then they did Stardust Thief, which is like actually also a crossover, but from an adult publisher, like exclusively as their YA book.
Oh yeah, literally Charlotte's just saying that as you were saying it. Sandra, see, I always see Strange the Dreamer as adult because in the UK it was published as adult in the adult fantasy section. So I just, in my brain, it's adult, but I know in the US it was published as YA.
And I'm like, I'm cool with people going changing genres or, you know, age ranges, but I think that the writing needs to reflect that as well. Like the way that you write a story for teenagers is not the same way that you would write a story for adults. Same with like page length. Like if I see an adult fantasy of 300 pages, I'm like, yeah, you're not developing that world. Nothing really astounding is happening in that book because it's too short.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not a fan of a short fantasy. But then there's complications because the subscription might have to be higher if it was like proper epic fantasy because the boxes would be heavier and the books are bigger.
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. If it actually was, I guess, what I thought I was signing up for. Because I mean, for the books, like in a regular adult fantasy, like that book would be like $27 in the US. I'm paying like $38 for Fairyland, so I'm paying more than I would pay for the book itself, and it's not a book I'm interested in.
Yeah.
You know, with the first 3 or 4, they were all like black. They were all like white books, black. The most recent ones have been a lot more colorful. So I'm like, this isn't that special for some of them. That's why I'm like hope and babble.
This also bridges into a conversation that we were having a few weeks ago about special editions just in general not being as special anymore because there are so bloody many of them these days.
And I think they keep pushing the boat out over like what's special as well. Like we started off with a solid sprayed edge being special, then a stenciled edge was special. Now it's laser printed edges that are special. And it's just like it's all
and
just
like if it's just the edges, that's not special enough. We also need a reverse dust jacket. We need a new cover design. We need embossing on the cover, and it has to be signed too. Like,
I also think it's harder when you like see the difference between some of the editions. Like, for example, if you got the Fairy Daughter of the Moon Goddess, they went all out. Like the flowers up and down the spine, the end papers, like this. But then it's like, okay, that's 1 month, and then the next month is just like solid spray edges. So it's like this is essentially it was the same price, 2 different books. So it's like I come to expect this type of largesse with the other months.
I do know that it is dependent on like publishers and printers and stuff and like how much customization can be done. But like I obviously don't know.
It's important to acknowledge, that a lot of what they do is out of their control and it's down to the publishing houses that they work with.
I think sometimes they can do like a ton of customizations and sometimes they're like, yeah, you can change the color, that's it.
Yeah, that's really all I want. I want some epic fantasy. That's it. Yeah. I think even if it was simple but epic, I would probably be happier if the selections were a little bit different.
I haven't read any of the ones that are particularly divisive yet. Like I haven't read Book of Night and I haven't read is it City of Dusk that nobody liked as well? I haven't read those two, which I know like a lot of people have given really low ratings to. It already is. How many small book subscriptions have we seen go out of business in the last year? I know at least 3.
So a lot of them, it's like nobody. I mean, I say nobody, but most people are going into it for the books, not really the items. Because if you have a box for however long, like the items tend to get repetitive, and a lot of them honestly aren't as like usable for like day to day. It's like I'm coming for the book, and when I'm paying more for this special version of the book than I would pay, because I mean, I feel like it's very easy to find out what the book is of the month, but you have to go out of your way just a little bit unless they just tell you what it is. So like a book that I may or may not be interested in that I'm paying more than like the retail value for.
Oh, I said this where is it the other day that I want to do an indie fantasy romance subscription box, but I don't have the time or the mentality, so I'm not doing it. but I would love to.
The indie fantasy they've been bringing it, and it's like, I guess like the Broken Binding is kind of doing that now.
But then the publishers, who I despise, are now taking advantage of the work that indie authors have done, and they're just buying series that are already written, edited, and published to make more money. And I hate them. I hate publishers so much.
Like, I love that for the authors, because it's like, I imagine you have more negotiating power when you already have a finished product and like a bit like a fan base and like numbers and stuff, and it gives them more, you know, distribution and support and stuff like that. But I'm like, you are plenty successful on your own.
It just takes a lot of stress out of them, because obviously like Penguin can distribute the Plated Prisoner series better than Raven Kennedy and Amazon can. And it also puts her on like tables in Waterstones where she wasn't. So I get why the authors are doing it, but it pisses me off that the publishing industry have shat on romance and indie books for so long to now pick it up. And I actually think, based on the trends that we're seeing now, that YA, we're going to see a decline in YA fantasy, and we're going to see more romance going up now, because I feel like that's the new trend that YA fantasies had for like the last 20 years.
That and middle grade. All the YA girlies are writing their middle grades now, because they're like, that's where the money is. That middle grade money, if you invest in like kids when they're young, the younger sisters, younger brothers, like you have a whole like generation of people. Because I've seen so many YA authors like have a middle grade come out this year or last year, and they're like, it's hard to break into the middle grade market. I've seen a lot of those conversations on like Twitter, and I'm like, that's interesting.
I feel like you have to jump through a lot of hoops in middle grade as well. It pisses me off seeing so many people in the book. Well, I'm going to say booktube, because that's the community that I pay attention to the most. But it is so interesting to me seeing people, like I've read Colleen Hoover for 4 or 5 years now, and it's been so interesting seeing people shit on Colleen Hoover for so long, and now that she's trendy again, everyone's like, let's read Colleen Hoover. Colleen Hoover's so fun. And I'm like, go fuck yourselves, quite honestly.
I'm going to continue to shit on Colleen Hoover without having read a single one of her books.
That's fair. That's fair. But if people being like, oh, well, this one person said she's problematic, so I won't read her. She's terrible. And now everyone's reading her again. And it's like, okay.
I have major triggers with like domestic violence, though. So I know for a fact that all of her books are like fully off the table for me.
That's what I'm going to say. Most of the things that I've heard about her books, they don't sound like romances. They sound like women's fiction, or like fiction, like hard-hitting contemporary. And
It Ends With Us isn't a romance. The rest of them are that I've read. But It Ends With Us is definitely not. It reads like a romance, but it's not.
But I feel like every time I hear people talk about it, they're like, oh, this is like the best romance ever. It's like heartbreaking, is this, is that. And I'm like, well, when you list this list of trigger warnings or content warnings, this is not giving me romantic vibes. Sorry.
I like a problematic, well, not problematic necessarily. I like them to be like really angsty.
You like
overly dramatic.
Toxicity, though.
It's true, because like if I wanted to see perfect people in perfect, unproblematic relationships, then I wouldn't. That's not what I'm reading romance for. You know. Like I want the drama. I want them to break up every 3 seconds. Like this is my jam, because they're so fucking terrible for each other. I love it. Literally. I don't mind. I've just read a book. KJ Sutton's new book has cheating in it, and I was like, just leave your morals at the door. Like, don't bring your morals into this book, because like obviously I don't condone cheating in real life, but like a married man, interesting. Like, I'll read it.
Love is a stretch, Hannah. I think it was like a 2.75, maybe a 3.
That's
feeling generous at the time.
That's a good review for you.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's decent, but love is a stretch.
Yeah, it's funny. I like watching people say that they're canceling people, or like when people make such grand statements of I'm removing these books from my collection, and then 2 months later they're back. I'm like, Don't make a statement. Like, if you really care, just remove the books from your shelves, and then if you bring them back later, no one's going to notice. Like, why are you making such grand declarations? Just stop it.
I cannot believe Closet Bookcase said Colin Hoover like a modern day Shakespeare. Oh my goodness. Will people still be reading Coho 400 years from now? I guess we'll find out. If
I mean, we might not find out. Someone will.
Maybe the technology will have advanced so we can, like transfer our consciousness and you don't have to worry about
our like computer hive mind somewhere. We will find out.
I have not read this book, but I'm going to look it up at the beginning of the next sprint because I'm always down for Rex. Yeah. The thing is, like, if you like problematic shit, just say it. I like this. It's problematic. And move the fuck on. Like, you don't have to be like a fucking, what's it called? A pyre of purity or whatever and be like, explain every bad thing in a book and why it's bad. Like, it's not your job. It's fine.
Honestly, this might sound bad, but for me, 9 times out of 10, authors do not exist outside of the actual book itself. Like, I don't go out of my way to find out what they're doing or following them. Like, I just want to know when the book's out, read the book, and like, I'm reading the book. That's it. I don't really care about you as a person, like in the best way possible.
I fucking love November 9. November 9 is so dramatic and angsty and yes, very problematic, which is, it's a roller coaster. That's why I enjoy it.
It's trendy to be a good person now.
Look, you can be a good person and still like fucked up shit. It's fine.
Nobody's gonna come in your house and beat you up. So I'm just like, what is it?
Becca's just out here looking for validation. We need to tell her she's a good person. I
know I'm a good person. I can donate money to the polar bears and read my toxic romances. Like, it's fine. Every toxic or problematic romance I read, the polar bears get £5, and it's what I do to get through the day.
I love it. I'm here for it. Carry on.
Yeah, same. I don't really care what authors are doing. Like, they're giving me a book, I'm reading it. Same with everything. I believe she did change one scene. Okay. Next sprint. Last sprint, everybody. Oh, for fuck's sake. Well, that's 15 minutes. Nice short one to wrap us up. Bree's here.
We didn't know what that was.
Hey, baby. So is Caitlin. I'm back. It's fine. I'm back on Patreon tomorrow night. Yeah, this is the thing. Like, don't spend your time talking about everyone that you're canceling. Just support other people instead. Don't eat these, please. Yeah, it was a whole video that I made because somebody commented. Oh, just people piss me off, essentially. You can't tell. I loved it because it was so dramatic and I didn't see it coming. Like, it was just wild.
I can easily not read for 15 minutes.
Go back to sleep, my darling. Okay, let me reset this timer. Do you want me to roll one more dice? Because nobody's happy about this.
I feel like you should just do another sprint after the 15 minutes.
But then 55 with the rolls of power.
Oh yeah, then it'd land on like something ridiculous.
Okay.
Yeah, good point.
Do they all want one? They all want an extra dice. No, I'm like racked with indecision. What are you doing?
Go on, roll a dice. Roll a single die.
Let's see what we get. Watch it be a 1.
Yeah.
Like 20 minutes.
You gotta switch books.
4, so that's 35.
Perfect. That makes everything better.
And everyone's like, yes, another sprint. No, it's done now. You're getting 35 minutes.
And that takes us to just past 4 hours, which is where you said you kind of wanted to be with this. It's all good.
True. Okay. 35. No, plastic is bad for you and the environment.
Save the polar bears.
Right, I'll see you all in 35. Hello. How was your final sprint? I read 20 pages. Curtis came home. Bree got up onto his knee like nothing had ever happened, and she'd been a perfect baby angel all this time.
He has been a perfect baby angel all this time. She is always a perfect baby angel.
She was doing she yawn screams. Like when she yawns, she makes like a screaming noise. And she's been quiet in that regard this entire time. And he came in, she got up, she put her head on his knee, and she just yawned, screamed at him like 5 times.
Oh.
She was telling him about her day, obviously.
My dog is still asleep down here on the floor beside me.
She's on and off. She'll nap for half an hour. Now she's trying to steal a pumpkin off the fire. You've literally never even noticed that exists before. What are you doing?
Oh, look at her though. She's sitting so nicely for it.
On the bed as well.
Cutie.
In the middle of the summoning circle.
She will summon a pumpkin if she must. Oh, Finn's taken himself to bed.
Nice.
He's just
She used to do that when she was younger. She would go get in a crate when she was tired, but now she won't.
Finn's literally just gone and taken himself to his crate.
Nice. That's standard Sandra. How many books could Sandra and Aaron read together? They'll be unstoppable.
Oh my goodness. What, like in a month? How many could they read together? Well, I reckon Sandra could easily read at least like 40 books in a month.
And Aaron can do like 30. Easy.
Yeah. Like between them, like 60, 70. Yeah, very achievable.
I reckon if they made it a thing, they could easily between them do 100 books.
If they were like trying, because like that's like without trying. If they were pushing themselves, 100 easy. Yeah.
I'm reading the scene between Kenneth and Becca.
Are you okay?
No.
Is it where you learn more information about that thing you were talking about earlier?
I know it's not gonna go down like this.
Literally. 37 in August. Hey, what book down? I feel like a lot of people today are just finishing their August reads. Like I read 140 pages this morning that was just finishing my last book of August, so I could start a book in sprints today. Sandra and Aaron, 100 in 1 month. Let's go.
Aaron's too engrossed to care about our stupid conversation. Like,
this
honestly.
is so sad. Oh my god.
Yep. It is. It really is. $25 pages for water. 23 left for the book. Y'all are killing it. I wish I was. Me too. I want Sandra and Aaron's focus. Aaron's reading Ship of Destiny by Robin Hobb. It's the last book in the Live Ship Traders. It's good. There's one horrible thing that I hate that happens in it, but aside from that, like it would definitely be a 5-star read if it wasn't for that one thing. I'm just gonna watch Aaron cry, literally.
I was gonna say make her full screen.
Oh, this is so bad.
I had to live through it, and that's not even the most miserable book in the realm of the Elderlings.
Oh. I can attest to that, and there's probably miserable ones that I haven't got to as well.
I think that one is still the most miserable one, but the first
The
one
where we were all crying together. Yeah.
The first one of this trilogy, I would say, is at least equal with Ship of Destiny, and I'm expecting this one that I'm starting to be devastating. So
yeah. Oh my goodness.
Well, on that note, guys.
What
the
a
end
way
of-
to end the night.
I know. Are you okay?
I am not okay. Like, I refuse to believe that what happened just happened.
I feel like Aaron's really emotional, and then she'll finish the book and she'll be like 2.5 stars.
Yeah.
This is so sad. I read like 56 pages, but it's so sad.
Mm.
Y'all gotta tell me what I think happened. So as soon as you go live, I'm gonna ask if it really happened.
The thing that we hear.
I don't know if it's the thing you hate, but it's what happens immediately after that conversation between
I don't remember when it happened.
Unit and Paragon.
I don't remember when.
Put it in the private chat.
No. That's not it.
That's not it.
But is this situation being left like that?
Beth knows.
Have you not given yourself enough spoilers?
No, clearly not.
I will. It's definitely an anxiety response for me, but since I've become more of an anxious person, sometimes I will spoil myself if I feel like it's getting too much and I'm getting too upset. Like, I'll spoil myself so I know if it's okay.
That was me at the beginning. I was like, with Kyle, he was saying so evil. I was like, I don't know. I can't take this. I gotta know what's happening.
Sandra's starting sprints. It's happening. Sandra's being bullied into it.
Oh. Prince
This is
on
lovely.
Sandra's channel. Head that way.
I read like 210 pages in the sprint, so we love to see it.
That's not bad. I did 102.
I did 103.
This is ridiculous. She's about to go to bed now and she's finally settled down.
Well, she's had her fun. Now she can relax.
Demon. I desperately want to see the private chat. What a mood. Right, well, thank you guys for joining me for the first day of Bookoplathon sprints. I have sprints on Patreon tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday. I think the next public ones are going to be either Tuesday or Sunday next week, depending on what's going on with the rest of my schedule. But I will, of course, let you guys know. Thank you to Jade and Aaron for joining.
Thanks for
Beth, I'm on 546.
What?
She asked what page I was on. I guess she can check to see what's happening on this page.
Oh, okay. I know. Could you imagine? You've got 17 days.
I don't know if I can get through the whole thing, but I know I can get through the next trilogy at least.
Wow. But yeah, I will talk to you guys later. Bye.